Hey folks, what up Rexy? I've had my nose to the grindstone a bit this week, doing a ton of like, I don't know, a little bit more complicated work and lots of back and forth, and I think I want to do something today that's a little easier going. These are some models that I put together a while ago, and I got several more I'm gonna work on. This is this is Coral Grimes. I did all these models, but I never like exported them so that they'd be easy to use for our game. And so I'm gonna just go through and start off the day by exporting some models, putting them into a folder so that I can send them off, and then identifying maybe models that I still need to do for named NPCs, and I might just do some playtesting later. Feeling a little bit like taking it easy today. So yeah, this is Coral Grimes. He's our pop culture reference named zombie. He comes with a squad of zombies, and his model is made to remind you of the Walking Dead TV show. Shh, but don't tell AMC. They don't know. So he's got his eye patch just like in the show, and he's wearing blue jeans and a, you know, at least part of a jacket, with his dad's sheriff hat, of course. So there we have it. Coral Grimes, everybody. Yeah, let's just get to exporting. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks, yeah. I can't wait to see him in the game. And this is the Potato King. I gave him a bit of a mohawk skull, like mullet mohawk thing going on. I don't know. I just wanted him to look like an old alcoholic jester, like a Krusty the Clown type. Yeah, bit of a Krusty the Clown type of goblin. So there he is. That's our boy. What a Chad. He's got suspenders on. He has a beard. Yep. So. Hey, how did my... Yeah, I'm gonna have to reopen that. No, Potato King. Okay. So, and I put the I put the jester hat in here for reference. So this is really more what he'll look like. Yeah, there he is. It's a Potato King. Oh yeah. I put this on here, so like, this is, this whole thing just cracks me up. He's got like long dangly gold earrings like Mr. T. But yeah, I don't want this to be a separate mesh. But a pog face beneath his beard. Oh yeah, little dot there. It's funny that that's there because the only reason why that's there is because I had to color that voxel darker so that it would look right inside the beard. But I'm attaching his collar to his head because that way when he looks around, it'll be attached to his... The collar will be attached to his head instead of to his body. Okay, so let's... Potato Head. 6 minutes in and the Potato King already cracked you up. Alright, let's go to Goblin. Mr. Potato Head right here. And he's got white gloves on because he's a clown. For goodness sakes. Yeah, Artemisia and Baratheon. That's a good question. So, yeah, there's some of the two that I haven't done any separate meshes for, and I still need to. So, I'll just have to figure that out as I go. I tend not to plan ahead too much when it comes to art. I just like let it flow from within when I'm working on it. Sometimes I'll do some concept drawings if I really need it. If I think it's gonna be a complicated character, a complicated problem. So Baratheon is named after Game of Thrones, and so it might just make sense to color him a little differently to match the Game of Thrones character. Make Garbad similar to his Diablo self. I mean, maybe. The Goatmen already look really similar to the Goatmen in Diablo 1, so it'd be hard to make him look more like Garbad than he already does. I think it's likely that, you know, just to make him look different, I would desaturate his fur so he looks a little more gray, like the Diablo 1 Goatmen are, and then maybe give him like a scarred over eye or something. Garbad is blue skin in Diablo? I don't remember that detail. Let me see. Garbad, Diablo 1. Images. Well, he's like... Okay, so this is from the wiki. So he's got brown legs and then blue skin with like red slime all over him. This reminds me of your corrupted meshes a little bit, Ink. But like, the reason why he looks like this, in my humble opinion, is not because they wanted him to look like this. It's because they did a palette swap on him. They just had the game change some of the colors, and so it looks all these like speckly red dots. Like, in my opinion, this looks like a graphical artifact of them forcing a color shift on the palette, and that's why it looks kind of bad, in my humble opinion. So I probably wouldn't use this for reference much. I was actually just more thinking of the Goatmen. Wow, our Goatmen look so much like the Diablo 1 Goatmen. Let me pull one up. I mean, ours are called Goatmen, for crying out loud. Like, our inspirations are pretty clear, I think. Man, I'm having a hard time finding Diablo 1 Goatmen because there's like, since there's now up to 4 Diablo games, there's just like a bunch of them. Okay, here we go. Looks like that's the basic Goatman. Yeah. And he's pink with like gray muscles. I don't know. It's a weird color palette. It made sense when we were playing Diablo, but I don't think it makes sense now, since the devil's usually goat themed. I thought in the Goatman audio you meant you'd meet the devil in some way. That was before the devil's sound files were discovered. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of Goatmen actually being some sort of lesser demonoid, like you know, the product of a monster demon and a human crossbreed or something. And so they look like goats, and they call them Goatmen, but they're actually half demons. I think that makes sense. But our, you know, in Barony, our Goatmen are really just beast people. We don't really go into where they come from. That's kind of like something we deliberately aren't doing, because we kind of like the idea of there being a mystery to them and where they came from. But anyway, yeah. I mean, good to point out that at least Garbad needs a separate skin. All right, let's open up. We just exported the Potato King. Let's open up. Is that it? Have I exported everything else? Let me check my folders. Okay, so we got Coral. I should probably put this in another folder. I'm just gonna call it ghoul named. And the goblin, you're gonna have goblin named. Human skins. Oh, this is for these are for the shaman forms. So I got some feedback from the team. They don't really like how the shaman wears a shirt. So let me open that one up. Human skins, troll, torso. So I gave him this sort of like crop top, and it definitely like is evocative of and is intended to evoke the female top shirt, but I thought it would also you know, look like maybe the player was wearing a normal shirt and then they just grew gigantic, and so now their shirt is too big or too small for them, and I thought that was funny. But everybody kind of just universally interprets it as the female halter top, and so because you're shape changing into a monster, the idea of like keeping the clothes on there is just probably not the best strategy. So I'm gonna let's go get the troll torso, the basic troll torso. Creatures, troll torso. Okay, there's the normal troll torso. And we'll pull this crop top version off to the side. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is just darken it up. What did I do? Did I increase the saturation a little? I think I increased the saturation a little. Darken it a little. That looks about right, actually. And then I gotta color the hair white. Okay, so we have the corrected version of the Shaman Troll, so that when your buddy is a troll and storming around the dungeon, you won't. When he rounds the corner, you'll see the old wise Shaman Troll, and maybe you won't instantly think to try to kill it. That's sort of the whole point of having the art be different on the Shaman versions. Okay. So let's get this troll torso exported. And do we have that? Oh wait, I did the wrong one. I'm supposed to do the human skin. Human skins. Select. What's up, El Pope? How's it going? First time chatting, I see. All right. So where's our troll? The idea of an old wise troll sounds foreign to you? I don't know. I mean, it's a shaman, right? So, any idea when split screen is coming? We're still in the launch date. Well, we're expecting to have it come for the PC, Mac, and Linux versions sometime in the next couple months. Like, we're very close to shipping there, or shipping a beta, a public beta at least. So I can't speak to any specific launch date. We still have to negotiate with Nintendo and stuff like that. So, and we have to make decisions that are informed by marketing. But yeah, I mean, if you've been watching any of the dev streams or anything, like, the split screen is very playable now. There's still some polish that needs to be done in the split screen versions of the game, but or the split screen HUDs, not versions of the game. All games will have split screen. Did I even export this in the right place? This is okay. This is the right place. Now I just need to import from the mods content updates. Models, creatures. Okay, so I got Thumpus in here. Yeah. Thumpus has a gnome shirt on. Of course Thumpus would have a gnome shirt. Models, creatures, troll. Alright, what other monsters need to have their stuff exported? I've got Shelob, Lilith done. Got new slime stuff done. We've got the moldy skeleton with Funny Bones head done. Oh yeah, giving a troll the gnome clothing. Let me bust out the Thumpus head. Oh, I didn't give him a hat. I gave him red hair instead of a hat. That's what I did. Kinda mad, but hey. I'm mad about what? That the Switch version has to wait a little while? Or what? The troll's bleeding. Okay. What else we got? We already got I'm gonna spend some time making these folders. So Funny Bones only has a different head, that's the idea. But the moldy skeleton meshes here in case we want to have a difference between the male and female skeleton meshes. Give it a pickaxe to be more like a gnome. Could give Thumpus a lightning staff. How would you feel about that? Then he'd be very gnome-like. Okay, yeah, about having to buy the same game again. I mean, you don't have to. All the features will be available on the PC version. You don't have to buy the Switch version for any reason, unless you just want to play it portable on the go. And to that end, I'll turn on, let's keep the folder here. I've been playing Barony on my Steam Deck. I've been doing not all of it, but I've been doing a lot of my dev testing on the deck, and it's freaking great. I love playing Barony Portable. It's so good. Yeah, it's really good. Where is my Ziggy? I have a Ziggy model. It might be on my other computer. Because there is a Ziggy model. I did make one. Slime, spider, Shelob, named spider. Succubus. Okay. So, real quick, be able to show it to a friend. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find any other voxel files. What is it? Star.vox. I've got all sorts of pots and kegs. Moldy skeletons. Ziggy. Oh, I found Ziggy's stuff. Where's Ziggy? Open file location. Thank you very much. Okay. We need Scarab. Named Scarab. And just so you guys can enjoy seeing it, I'll open. Ziggy looks hilarious. What is it? Switch. There you are. Oh, I didn't. What? Why didn't I? Your updates will. I will have to rebuy. No, you won't. That's not what you're saying at all, Ink. You misunderstand. Saying if you want to buy it on this, if you want the Switch version, you have to buy the Switch version on the Switch. The only way that we're even really distributing that version. Okay, here's Ziggy. He walks around. Yeah. Yeah, we're distributing it digitally, and so yeah, there's just that's how we're gonna have to do it. All right, so Ziggy walks around. He looks ridiculous. And man, I encountered him last night when I was playing a Barbarian Goblin, and this fool is fast, so he's gonna be cruising on his little two legs, getting some inspirations from minis. I am not like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but like I actually did a lot of these models before you were doing the minis. Why not a boulder that chase you? I mean, funny. Currently currently we don't have. So the thing is that Ziggy is already in the game, and so I'm just making art for him. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Ink. I thought you saw screenshots of this, and that inspired your mini. So, I mean, what this says is that let me see. This file was created on March 8th. So if you did your version before March 8th, then maybe your version predates mine. But I made it on March 8th. Okay, so Dev Bro is done. I just need to export him. Look at him, dude. What a Chad. I did a great job on this guy. Freaking Dev Bro is about to mess you up with his big demon armor on. What a legend. I freaking love how this guy looks. All right. Oh yeah, I just looked up your Ziggy post, Ink, and you posted those on May 18th. So that's a good 2 months solid after I did it. So, I mean, no hate, of course. It's just it just happened to be that we had a similar idea. Okay, I gotta export Dayu, but man, I gotta say, I'm very pleased with how he looks. He looks freaking awesome. I remember working on this but I just didn't remember what it looked like. It just looks freaking great. Never thought hate for a sec. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you of hating. Demon left arm. Okay, this is Dayu left. I have a secret to tell you about Dev Bro. His name is supposed to sound like Dude Bro. Dev Bro. And the reason why he exists with that name is because so I hosted a fantasy role-playing game. It does sound very French. It's deliberately so. But I was hosting a fantasy role-playing game using my own system several years ago, like maybe 6 years ago. Dayu. Gosh. I can't believe this is real life. All right, anyway. And I wanted to host a fantasy game that was in sort of like a ridiculous over-the-top fantasy world. And it was the kind of world where like sort of anything goes, and some of my player characters were like ridiculous things. Like one of the characters was a fairy, just like, you know, like a Tinkerbell style fairy. Named Demon Select. Okay. And one of the other characters was like a golden gorilla defender. Like he was a gorilla man that was like had gold fur and like a big shield. And like I like how Dev Bro's jaw is just a normal jaw. I'll go ahead and export it, but it's not special. His head isn't special either. That's interesting. I mean, I could give him an earring or something. Let's turn all this on. Does Dev Bro need an earring? Or like a goatee? Should he have a goatee? I think the armor is enough. I think the armor is probably enough. Let's leave it as it is for now. Let's not get complicated. But my brother-in-law, he played a character who was a wizard who had attempted to do some arcane ritual to multiply his magical power by 5. Like, he thought he found some, like, star sigil that would allow him to multiply his power by 5. And the ritual backfired and ended up splitting him into 5 versions of himself that were 1/5 his size each. And so he played 5 tiny wizards, was his character. He played one character that was 5 tiny wizards. And as far as the game was concerned, like, the game rules, he was legitimately playing 5 characters. He was just using the squad rules. So if you're gonna do like army versus army combat, I have rules in my system that make it, you know, simpler to roll for on a whole army scale. Like, the more men you have, the greater bonuses they get. And so if you're in a back alley, let's say you're an adventurer, you get drunk and then like the bad guy sends like a band of banditos after you, you might have a 1 versus 5 combat where all 5 guys are trying to get the one hero. And so I have rules in my system so you can be like, all 5 guys are trying to do the same action to the one hero, and they get an advantage for doing that. And he posted a day you meeting, that's funny. And so my brother-in-law, he knows, he was my right-hand man in developing this this role-playing system with me. And so he decided to play a character. That's a pretty good Dev Bro, by the way, ink in the fan art channel if anyone wants to look at it. I'm gonna open. See if I can open the image easily on stream. There, here's Ink's Dev Bro in Hero Forge. Very nice. But anyway, so he knew all the rules very well, so he's like, I want to play a squad of wizards, and so they would all like work together to cast big spells, even though each of them is like one tiny dude. And at one point, he had saved up enough skill points so that his wizard squad decided to try and unify his body to become one large wizard again, and instead just made a 6th wizard. I'm glad you appreciate the attention, Ink. So anyway, in that ridiculous fantasy game where my brother's playing 5 tiny wizards and his wife is playing a fairy and my friend from work is playing a, you know, like a gorilla, all sorts of ridiculous stuff happens. Like, there's a giant beast that can eat anything called the Hippotar, and it ends up eating the infinite dungeon, and it's just a ridiculous world, okay? But at one point, they're trying to find out who poisoned the king with Balrog's grog. And so they descend into the Underrealm, which is, you know, like a big hellish, sort of very Doom-like hell place. And there, they find a fraternity. There's like these big marble columned, you know, houses, palatial structures. And they find that these structures are filled with demons, but it turns out they're just fraternities. It's like a university district in hell, and you know they've got like Greek lettering on the doorways, and you're like, oh, what's going on in here? And it's just a freaking fraternity, and the leader of the demons fraternity is named Dev Bro, and he ends up being pretty chill. Like, he helps them out. They're like, no, man, we didn't mean to poison your king with our grog, but we did sell our grog to this evil koala witch a few weeks ago. And the big villain of the game ended up being a koala lady who wanted to, like, bring about the end of the realm. Anyway. What up, Pegwin? Good to see you. Okay, so we exported Dev Bro. I did have a different demon. Oh, that's the normal demon. I made sort of a palette swap of the demon that we all kind of liked. I wanted to use this for the fire-breathing demons, so that you could tell them apart from the Mauler demons. But I think we kind of agreed as we looked at it together as a team that it's like, it looks so much more desaturated that it feels a little bit too different from the other demons, and so it might be better for like an underworld demon or something. Like, if we wanted a palette swap of the demon in a different tile set, that might be the place to put this character. A Pit Lord from Heroes 5. That's cool. Anyway, I think I've actually gone through all of my... I mean, I haven't opened up Lilith. I guess I'll open up Lilith. No pun intended. There she is. And because Succubus don't have extra limbs, I have baked her wings right into her torso model, which means she can just use Succubus animations, which is just fine. The model will have to be offset by like 7 voxels forward or something, because the wings and the tail add more voxels to her backside, but other than that, she'll animate just like a regular Succubus. Yes. Same with her head. She's got those horns on her head, so her head model will have to be offset. But yeah, I think I've shown all of the named NPCs I've worked off on stream. And so, yeah, I've got like Garbad remaining. I've got Bram in theory. Bram already looks, you know, a little bit different, but it might be cool if you had a different head. I could try that. A new texture to young vampire. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, like with the insectoids too. They have the lesser insectoids. That we're not making them look any different right now. I'm definitely more interested in making sure our named NPCs are different, but I think there's a good reason to have the weaker ones have a different texture so that you can visually tell them apart. I think you're right about that. All right, I was looking for vampires. Mission 1, Inc. Focus. I'm doing named NPCs first. And then if there's time to do the others, then I'll do that. Because really the goal is to make sure the player knows when they're facing a greater threat. And these like named monsters are definitely the worst offenders of being like hard to know that it's going to be you know, a greater threat. That's okay. I'm more teasing you than anything. Maybe if I gave Bram a mustache. He seems like he was a master at the Hunters Guild, according to the lore. And so what would the master of the Hunters Guild look like is the question. And then he's gonna keep his fangs and his red eyes and his pointy ears, but there's no reason that his individual style, yeah, even just that, I'm already sold. All right, that's really funny. That's all it takes. Just put a big friendly mustache on him, and he's a new character as far as I'm concerned. A goatee would fit him more. I mean, sure. He looks like a land guard now. I kind of like the big mustache, to be honest with you. We don't really have a humanoid hairstyle, face style that looks like a big mustache like this. So I think I'm gonna roll with that. Yeah, the human skin, yeah. Mustache it is then. That's a little too dark there. Let's give him like a Doctor Strange, like silver hair thing going on here. He looks so ridiculous. I love it. Oh, goodness sakes. What if I gave him like a ponytail? My daughter would come in and be like, oh, it's Gordon Freeman. She's kind of obsessed with Half-Life these days. Typical Slavic vampire. I'm giving him a hairdo. You ever watch What We Do in the Shadows? That is a great show, in my opinion, and the movie is great. It's like, the movie is great enough to create a spin-off TV series that I think is just, the TV series is so stinking good. I think it's really, really good. I've only watched into the halfway through the second season now, so it might get worse or something, but I really enjoy it. Yeah, I'd recommend it. Like, it's a little bit like if you took something like The Office, but then made it about vampires. Or Parks and Rec about vampires, something like that. But like, because it has all the fantasy elements in it, it creates more interesting opportunities for plot to be like really crazy and bizarre from episode to episode. Rather than like with the Parks and Rec and Office sort of formula, you kind of gets pretty samey episode after episode. Like, this is the episode where the two characters go on a date after they at the office. You know, it's just kind of, I don't know, for me it gets kind of boring, but with the vampire fantasy thing going on, it's like all sorts of freaking wild things happen. There's an episode where Mark Hamill shows up. That's pretty cool. Okay, this, I'm so sold on Bram's ridiculous hairdo. I'm so freaking sold on it, dude. Or I was talking to everybody, man. You can respond. I'm not in here just talking to one dude. Otherwise, I would stream just to, you know, just to you, or just to Rexy, or just to El Pope Moscow. Everybody in the stream is who I'm talking to, always. Gosh, I hate to be so self-satisfied, but I really love how his hairdo turned out. It really makes him look unique. I think I might want to darken his forehead here a little bit so that it looks more like it's attached to his hair. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, I'm gonna put on another layer to decide if I want to give him a ponytail. I think because he's got a really high collar, I can't give him a ponytail back here. If I'm gonna give him a ponytail, it needs to be like out the top of the back of his head. So like a little bit more dorky, if I'm being honest. Let's flip that upside down. I don't know about this. I don't know, Bram. I don't know if I'm sold on this ponytail look. Yeah, let's go ahead and leave him without the ponytail. He's fine. I'm going all in with Bram. What do you mean by that? I'm just making a named NPC skin, you know? That's all it is. Okay. I think this is a great head for Bram. I think I'm gonna bring in his other clothes. Oh, all in giving a ponytail. Well, hell yeah. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. Listen, we experiment when we do art. That's how we find the good stuff. And sometimes that's where the bad stuff is. Making him look silly. Bleh, 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 bleh. Listen, the funnier the better. The funnier the better. Okay, vampire. And we're gonna do a new folder named vampire. Okay, select, and his name is Bram Head. So I don't think I will change his clothes. I think changing his face is enough. Oh, I didn't color his eyebrows properly. What an idiot. I'm so stupid. Let's see if I can give him gray eyebrows. That would really thrill me. I'm not convinced on that. Yeah, that's good. Any automaton? No. Automatons are my favorites. You only need a pickaxe and you don't need to worry about anything else ever again. Yeah, dude, because you eat them rocks, baby. Should I make Bram's mustache come out one more voxel? So that when you look at it from the side, you see this? I mean, I could bring out this part too. Yep, this is correct. This is better. I'm exporting this. Okay. What a Chad. I freaking love it. He looks so great. Alright. So now we gotta worry about Baratheon. I'm gonna look up Game of Thrones Shadow Monster. Love the Elvis hair. Yeah, dude, he's got like a swoosh. He's got a swooshy swoosh. Yeah, the shadow monster from Game of Thrones doesn't really look like anything. It just looks like an all-black version of Stannis. So I don't really know what I can do to make him look more like a shadow. Like, he's already a freaking shadow, you know what I mean? I'm not going to show my search on screen because there are scenes popping up where the shadow monster is born, and it is not safe for the stream. I mean, I think the shadow monster in the movie, not in the movie, in the show, I think it has a sword. Like, what does it use to kill the person it kills? I'm trying not to spoil too much. Okay, so it crawls its way out. I mean, one of the things about the shadow monster having Artemisia look female, I think, is a good call. Okay, so it looks like in the show, the shadow just uses its arm to like reach inside of its victim and like squeeze the heart to crush the heart to death. So I was hoping that there would be like a blade or something for Baratheon, but there isn't. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I can think of for shadows is, I mean, definitely Artemisia being female makes a ton of sense. And I might be able to make the shadow model, like the shadow model's very blank right now, but it's not very feminine, so I think I could amp that up. But the only other thing I can think of to do is maybe give it like hands. So right now, instead of hands and feet, it has these like nubs, because it's supposed to look like a little amorphous, like a cloud of shadow. So yeah, its legs just come down to points. And leg right. And I could make Baratheon like actually have feet or something, which is not like a major change, but it's something. Oh, you know, something I could do. I could put a crown on Baratheon. That would be cool. Because since the plot with that character was that he was looking to ensure his right to kinghood, it would make sense if he had a crown on. Now, if that, I'll lower the head, but if things about the model look a little wonky in here compared to in-game, that's not surprising because the way that this is a true voxel editor, and so I can only move things according to a voxel spacing, but in-game we can cheat that stuff a little bit, and so like where the neck attaches to the head and where the arms attach to the shoulder have a little bit more give in-game. And so the game versions, in some cases, look a little bit more elegant than the in voxel editor versions, and that is just fine. It is to be expected. Yeah, I could give Baratheon like gold bracers around his wrists and stuff too, just things to make him look a little bit more regal. Yeah, I think that's a worthy cause. So let's go ahead and bring in Herx's head in here, and kind of steal the crown off of Herx as a reference to him. Like, I'm not going to copy it one for one, but I'm going to, like, using the similar colors and stuff, I think is a good thing. Wow, Herx is a gigantic head. I mean, he's got a gigantic crown, I suppose. It's one voxel wider than the head, and so it's just like, it feels gigantic because of how big a voxel is. Dude. Now, if I recall, Wall of Justice designed Artemisia as the shadow to hold Christ Locatos. Before that, Christ Locatos was just sitting on the floor in the middle of a giant like ghoul spawning room, and so Wall updated that so that there was a special shadow holding the weapon, so you'd have to fight a ranged shadow, which is something you don't have to do anywhere else in the game, so that's pretty cool. Yes, so the reason why I bring it up is because I'm just thinking of, you know, the context where you see Artemisia and how that can inform how she should look. Before I start doing this. Well, Artemis is definitely the goddess of the hunt. So Artemisia being like a play on that is interesting. Like, but I don't think that he was thinking of any other lore about who she was, other than the fact that it's a bow user. And so we probably have an opportunity to invent that. Could it be that Artemisia is a woman who was cursed by Artemis for seeking the goddess? I don't... It's true that Artemis did that to somebody once. It just seems like a strange coincidence that an archer woman would be cursed by an archer woman. I'd probably like it to be more connected to the goddess. I'm just renaming these now so that when I export them, it's very easy to just copy paste the file name, and also so I can benefit from that renaming during my work process. Copy the rest of this character so that we have two. L Pope says, a Shadow King? Yeah, this is the named Shadow NPC named Baratheon. For obvious reasons, if you've watched Game of Thrones. If you haven't, then it may not be obvious. But I'm trying to figure out how to make him look a little bit special, and giving him a crown I felt like was a good start and a clear reference to his origin story. Yeah, it would keep the crown, because when it turns into somebody, it just gains their left hand strongest item and their right hand strongest item. And so whatever I put on the character will remain on the character, and I think that will actually contribute to him feeling really cool and powerful. I thought about even putting like a beard on him, but I don't think I will. Maybe I will make his eyes bright though. That would be cool. Yeah, he just punches. Yeah, shadows definitely have some weaknesses to speak of. I could do some fun stuff like give him something that looks like armor, just like shadow armor. That would be cool. Just give him a bigger silhouette on his torso that implies armor. I did say that I might give him golden braces or something. Okay, I'm actually I'm pretty happy with this. I think he looks rather different from the standard Baratheon. I might do, or for this from the standard Shadow, I might do a little more shading on his torso so that he feels like the armor sort of flows into his shadow form organically, like it's part of him. That's kind of what I was going for. Thank you. Appreciate that, Ink. Yeah, there we go. Looks rather, I don't know if regal is the right word, because that would mean royal, and obviously that's some part of that is intended, but I want him to look like a warring sort of king. Ghost. The ghost of a warring sort of king. I didn't touch his toes at all. I'm not sure if I could add anything there that wouldn't make it look weird or wouldn't distract from his primary features. So I think I'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna make his right arm, the one that I display, as bent, because that will almost always have a weapon in it. Boom. Kind of cool, man. I kind of dig it. Arm left. Arm left bent. Okay. A royal who actually does something. Yes, contrary to the history of royals. Okay. Get it, Baratheon. Okay, so I need to take a quick restroom break. I think I might refill my coffee for the Lolly Jollies. I see there's 6 of you present. Thank you for hanging out with me on the stream. I appreciate it. I'm gonna do a quick refresh. Man, according to Twitch, I have way more than 6 of you here. I don't know how Twitch works. No one knows how Twitch works. It's an unknowable mystery. But I'll leave Baratheon here for you to admire, and I'll come back and make Artemisia. Enjoy the tunes while I am away. What's up, homies? I had a thought. I should probably put some text on the screen. I can do text in this, right? Text. BRB text. Add existing. BRB text. Okay. Okay, so I could just put this like right here or something. And that way when I'm showing you art, I can just turn that on. And that way you don't have... That way when somebody new comes to the stream, if I'm on break, they will have some context as to what's going on. All right, problem solved. All right, good job, Baratheon. Let's export you while we have you up. I had a thought while I was in the restroom. This happens all the time. One of the spell ideas that is in my that I've brainstormed together. We have a giant document of brainstormed ideas for DLC 3 or anything else, and one of the spells that I have on there is like a water bolt with maybe the potential of like creating a 1-2 setup between water and cold, or water and electricity, where if somebody has the soaked effect from the water bolt, then they might get more damage if they have another spell cast at them or effect applied to them while the water bolt is has the sort of soaked effect on them. This is an idea I've been trying to cram into every game I've ever worked on that has magic in it. Not too unlike Magicka, but I'd like something a little simpler. Like Magicka is a game that's based entirely on that. You could argue that like Divinity, Original Sin, and the sequel are like, that's kind of what those games are about, is those types of interconnections. But I just think some amount of interconnection would be cool between different spell elemental types. But I had this thought while I was in the restroom that we don't have a named imp right now. And I was like, oh, it'd be cool if there was an imp that was like a gargoyle. And one of the things I like about gargoyles is that the word gargoyle is actually derived from, gosh, if I'm not mistaken, German, the German word for like gargle, because, you know, they're spewing water out of their mouth. Their whole point is to be like a downspout on the edge of a building. And just the architects of the era were so artistic that they're just like, let's turn this into a creature with water spewing out of its mouth. And let's call it a gargoyle because it's like spewing water out of its mouth. Gargling. And I love gargoyles. I love the idea of gargoyles. And so the idea of an imp that is a gargoyle and casts a water bolt at you, I think would be really cool. It'd totally evoke all those gargoyle ideas at once. And then I was thinking, you know, when is an imp most likely to show up? Well, it might be in hell, obviously. And maybe if a gargoyle shows up and you're set on fire and he shoots water at you, maybe the water would put you out. That's kind of cool. Not that that's good for the gargoyle, but it's good for you. But the other thing I thought about is, what if you're in the underworld and the water bolt has knockback on it, and that knockback gives you like 0.2 seconds of levitate, so it's just enough to push you over an edge and then you fall off. So you can get insta-killed by a water bolt, is what I'm saying, by it knocking you off a cliff. And then imagine that the player has the same spell. The player can learn water bolt and use it to launch enemies off of cliffs and insta-give them. And I was just enjoying these thoughts while I was in the restroom. Sometimes have shower thoughts. Imps show up in the caves as well sometimes. They may. It's funny that I don't remember, but I'm sure you're not wrong. Did I export this head? I think I did. I was gabbing for so long about this that I just did all the busy work of exporting. That's great. All right, and now we got the bear shadow model to create Artemisia, and I think I will try to make it look a little bit effeminate, because like, what else am I gonna do? Oh, yes. Yes, there are rooms that spawn imps in the caves. You are correct. I forget sometimes. Yeah, they're sort of a deviant apart from the normal spawning behavior of the caves, but because I placed them in that room, they do indeed show up from time to time. This flavorless dollar store instant coffee. At least it doesn't taste terrible, but it doesn't taste like much. Alrighty. I don't know about trying to make this shape look effeminate. Like, it's like the only ways that I can do that are ways that affect the silhouette, really. And that means like hourglass figure. Well, let's give it a shot. Not that I have any problem with all that. It's just creatively, I'm just not sure how far we can go. But you know what? One of the things I could do is I could make its legs sort of come together like a Zone robe. Yeah, I'm just gonna show you a picture of what that looks like. seeing a lot of like interesting takes on this. Like something like this. Actually, I really like that. And so it would still have two separate legs, or I could make it, you know, so that the skirt is part of her torso, and so the skirt would never move. But it might be cooler if it was split down the middle, so you could see it sort of flowing. And because it's all black, you wouldn't really notice that it's two models separated. It might just look more like they're flowing one on top of the other. Let's try that. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, thanks, Ink. I'm trying to look for all the things that I can do to kind of accentuate, you know, less broad shoulders, wider hips, you know, not as long of a chin. And with voxel art, these, you know, in real life, these differences are not that big. But when you're dealing with such small resolution, I really have to exaggerate these things, or else they're not noticeable at all. And so, whereas, like, we're so used to looking at humans day in and day out that we recognize these differences quite readily. So, yeah, I'm just trying to do my best here, as usual. Well, you know, none of our other named NPCs have special voice acting. I'm not opposed to the idea in principle, but it's just a decision that we would have to make. I think I might give her a gold circlet, not a crown, but a circlet. I feel like that's appropriate for an Artemis, a character named after Artemis. And who doesn't like a circlet, you know what I mean? Look at that. Says, that's a tiara. Well, what's the difference between a circlet and tiara? You know what I mean? I would actually argue that a tiara would have something like this in the front. Something a little more crown-like on it. A circlet just lacks any crown portion. but I don't know. I'm not like a tiara-ologist. You're being a smart aleck? Yeah. That's okay. I'm fine with it being a tiara, you know what? If she is, in fact, a disgraced god, she earned it. We could give one around her neck, too, like a choker. Her neck might be a little thicker than it needs to be. It's impossible to see the voxels when they're this dark. There's no like white outline option in Voxel Shop. Give her a quiver. Quiver's a cool idea. If I can weasel it into the model somewhere, thanks for the suggestion. And then I could cross the belt for the Quizzer across her torso, which would be cool. I'm pretty happy with how putting extra voxels in between the legs has made it look like a skirt. And I put some of the voxels for the center on the left leg and some of them on the right leg, and so as a result, it should look, you know, as they clip together, it should look pretty, like, it should almost look like a flow. I would like a natural flowing garment. Because if I just put it on one or the other, then you could see it separating more easily, I think. I think I'm going to have them flare out on the edges like this as well. Yeah. So I think this is a nice, unique silhouette for her. A bit of a banshee thing going on here. I like banshees, honestly. I think they're underrated as fantasy monsters. But like, I understand why they're not in many video games, because like nobody wants to listen to a scream so shrill that you can't do anything, which is basically what a banshee is kind of in fantasy. So I've left her arms sort of like really narrow at the elbow and then wider at the end, so it looks sort of like she has billowing sleeves, like that robe I showed you guys earlier. I do like this quiver idea. I could put it on her back, although I don't know that you'd be able to see it there. But if I put it on the hip, then that would make her a little bit off-center. So I think I will put it on her back. It would be almost like an Easter egg back there, where like if you spotted it, you spotted it. Like, congratulations. Okay. Torso, leg right, leg left. Okay, now I have a good idea of how this model's coming together. Yeah, I made her... I copied the eyes straight out of Baratheon's head. The idea that the named shadow gets to have a... You know, gets to have light in their eyes, I think is cool. So I threw a golden quiver on her back, and I think it works nicely. It's so bright against her black outline that I think you would definitely notice it if she turned to the side or behind, and unless she's coming at you directly, I think you'll see it. Reminds me in Binding the Air, Isaac, there's a character named Judas, low health, high damage. Judas has a shadow who can use a dagger to phase through enemies. That's cool. So, and the best part about it is I have been able to add this quiver without changing her torso's total bounding size, which means it should animate without any intervention, which I know is not a huge priority. It's something that Wall or I can tinker around with to get right, but you know what? Why make things more work than they have to be? You know what I mean? Alright, so I think with that, Artemisia is ready to go. So I'll start exporting her. Actually, before I do that, I'm just going to call this Quiver. I'll export it with the torso model. And then one of the things that I like to do when I'm taking a screenshot of these is I just do a duplication. So that you can see both angles of her in one screenshot. And then I can share that with the Adventurers Guild on the forums. Then I just delete the dupe. I like how you made Baratheon seem clothed, which is probably his essence shaping a tunic or something. Yeah. It does kind of look like a tunic. I was trying to make it look like armor, but it looks just as much like a tunic as it does armor. Like a nice, thick, quilted tunic or something. Yeah, just definitely wanted to give off the vibe that he's gonna be tougher than a regular Shadow, and by having his silhouette be have more character to it, he's got more of a personality than a regular Shadow does. Yeah, and same with Artemisia. She's definitely more clothed looking. Oops. Than your regular Shadow. So there she is. Love it. Yeah, at least in the bottom. Well, you know, a female's top generally is like pretty form-fitting, especially around the arms and stuff. These are deliberately trying to look like baggier sleeves and stuff, which is why it's so tight around her elbow. But anyway. All right, so shadows named have all been exported. I can upload those screenshots to the Adventurers Guild. I'm sure they'd be happy to see that. And the funny thing is this is the first NPC that has 2 named NPC models. Oh, and here's that reference again for the kind of robe I was looking at for her. Yeah, I mean, it's voxel art, right? Okay. So what else? Any other named NPCs I haven't done yet? I mean, there is technically a cockatrice that's like the cockatrice of the caves, of the cockatrice lair, but I don't know if it has. I mean, it's certainly not named. I think it's just in a difficult to fight situation where you can't kite very easily. And so it's just like, yo, cockatrices are hard, bro, and that's kind of the story of that. Just make sure this is all here. Yep, got all their parts in there. Got Bram's head. I just loaded it up again so I could look at him again. What a legend. I love this guy. Like, players should be jealous. I would kind of love it if we had DLC which would, or not DLC, but like unlockables, which would allow the player to, like if you beat the game as a monster race, you could select the named NPC version of that character and look like them. I'm totally letting the Adventurers Guild see this goofy head. That's our boy Bram. Alright, what are there any other named NPCs I'm neglecting? Making more skins for monster races seems like unnecessary work. Well, I mean, that's the question. What's necessary is kind of in the eye of the beholder. I mean, when I'm talking about skins, I'm talking about just the NPC art that I've already made, that I've just been showing you today. And so the work would actually be in code and hooking up so that the player could select it. Scrab lag. No, I did not do scrab lag. That's a good one. Hold on. I need to go to regular models and look at the creatures. So I have there's no unique automaton. There's no unique cockatrice. I don't think I'm going to do a unique crab for Shelob. I mean, I could. There's no unique crystal golem. There is a unique demon. He's done. Ghoul's done. There's no unique gnome. Goatman is not done. I could do that. Goblin is done. There's no unique imp. There's no unique incubus. There's no unique insectoid. No unique kobold. The rat's done. I mean, I need to do the animation for the rat, but I don't think I want to do that today. Like I said, I kind of want to keep it easy today. Scarab's done. Scorpion is not done, as you pointed out, Ink. Shadows are done. The unique shopkeeper is already as unique as he needs to be. Skeleton is done. That one's very simple. I just gave Funny Bones an eye patch. Spider is done. Succubus is done. Troll is done. And Vampire is done. So I guess Goatman and Scorpion are kind of my big two. These two body parts are separate for, if the reason's not obvious, is because the tail does indeed lash forward. You know, I was going to do some animations for the Scorpion because he's kind of short. I was going to like have him raise his claws and attack. But actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think what would be more productive is to have just a few different attack states for the tail, so that the tail stretches taller before it lashes at you. Because currently it just like rotates forward like a little bit, like dun, and it's, I don't know, it looks fine. But if I was gonna animate this, I would animate the tail. I don't think I'd bother with the rest of the body. And the tail already animates, so it's not really necessary work. So how do I make Scrablag scarier? It's funny because his skin is already a little bit based on the World of Warcraft skin. But oh my gosh. Dude, I'm looking up Scrablag, and all that's coming up is Barony. No, not World of Warcraft. This is from the Redwall series. Scrablag. This was a reference that I was making to the Redwall series. And Scrablag is a scorpion that the mouse Matthias kills with the sword, Martin's legendary sword that he finds. And yep, and it is spelled just like that, 2 B's. I don't know if there's any description of Scrablag. I mean, one of the things I could do is make him look more like a desert scorpion, make him yellow and brown so he's harder to see, and with smaller pinchers, because the thing about a scorpion with big pinchers, like the proportions of this scorpion are much more like an emperor scorpion, and emperor scorpions are called that because they look big and intimidating, but the thing is that their tail stings are only about as threatening as a bee sting. because they use their claws to kill their prey, mostly. Whereas a smaller scorpion with tiny pinchers, those are the most venomous ones that are most deadly to humans. Because the venom in their tail is just very bad. It does like nerve damage. And so I could shrink the size of his pincers and make him yellow so he looks like an actual poisonous desert scorpion. It's not something that most players will know, though, so it may not be intuitive that it's a more dangerous scorpion than normal. I honestly don't know what Scrablag's stats are compared to your average scorpion's stats, because that's all hard-coded, and so I haven't balanced any of that stuff in any way that I have access to. I bet I've seen the code output enough times that I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be that hard to modify, but it's just, I don't have Visual Studio installed, and I don't know how to compile and all. It's just stuff that I haven't had to worry about. It's not my problem generally. And so I've just not done it. You have an image for how Scrablag could look? You can just post a link in the chat, man. It's not like a secret between just you and me. You can let everyone see it. No, I meant in the Twitch chat. Oh, it's easier to just DM you? Okay. Yeah, so he's gold with blue tail. What is this? Is from that strategy game, isn't it? Yeah, Sacred 2. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think gold. Of the picture you sent, really just the fact that it's gold is the thing that would come across, because in voxels you just can't. It's not that easy to tell what's going on. So this would make Scrablag harder to detect if he looked like something like this in the desert. And that would make him more dangerous. No, it's a start. I do kind of like the idea of him being yellow. I think that's a good. It's just desert scorpions tend to be yellow, and they tend to be highly venomous compared to the emperor scorpion, which is black. Tarantulas and scorpions have a lot in common with that, by the way. Like, the bite of a tarantula is not that big of a deal, because the tarantula is like a freaking beast of a spider. As far as spiders go, tarantulas are gigantic, and then and so they don't need venom to overwhelm their prey. They just wrestle them down and bite their head off. But a teeny little spider that eats, mice or something, it really needs to put it down with venom. I'm curious if I can find a description of Scrablag in Redwall. What does it say? Scrablag was an unnaturally large scorpion from the south, imprisoned in a pit Scrablag wanted to kill his captors, was responsible for the deaths of 2 of these. Somebody took hold of this scorpion, threw him out of a pit, free at last. The scorpion killed, the bad guy. Before the creature could do any further damage, one of the heroes chopped the scorpion in half with his sword. Well, okay, so all we have is a black and white drawing of the real Scrablag. And when it says the extreme south, I'm going to assume it means something like the deserts of Africa. So let's say like African desert scorpion. Yeah, and they look like they're yellow, just like the one I'm drawing. The Death Stalker scorpion. I said drawing, what I meant was painting, I guess. T energy. Oh, that's cool. This scorpion already has a name, so I'm probably not going to base him on the sacred scorpion and his lore. So I'm selecting his undersides and stuff because the top shell of the scorpion is sort of this bright amber because that blends in with the sands. The Death Stalker scorpion in real life, it blends in with sands by having this kind of a color of body. But the underneath can be a darker color, like a higher contrast color, because it's not exposed to the sand. And a lot of animals will like expose a color on their underside if they feel directly threatened. They'll be like, ah, look at me, I'm brightly colored. You don't want to eat me because I'm poisonous. Or something higher contrast anyway. I don't know, I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I did work at a pet store when I was younger, and so I know all sorts of useless facts about many animals. Me and my wife are big animal fans, and we also both like to eat a lot of meat, so those things are not mutually exclusive. Is my selection good? I think I'm gonna get these 3 voxels here. And this one straggling voxel there. Okay. There you go. Okay, that worked out. The Scorpion of King Midas. Yeah, he's very gold, isn't he? Actually pretty satisfied with how this is turning out. I think I'm gonna make his mandibles a little less bright. creating some definition between his armor plates. Let's do this here. All right. Maybe a little bit more definition on the back of the stinger. Yeah, thanks for recommending or noticing and calling out that I hadn't done Scrabjag yet. And honestly, I'm really happy with this gold look for him. And so while it's not directly inspired by the character you picked, Ink, I think it has some of the qualities in common. I think the fact that desert scorpions tend to be this color, and this actually makes him legitimately more dangerous because he's going to be harder to see in the labyrinth, I think is a good thing. And also, I think gold is just, you know, it's obviously like a regal color, and so he's like the king of scorpions. It's perfect. I made his eyes green. Maybe sort of like driving home the fact that he's so venomous that his eye color is like reflecting his venom. Makes sense if he drops a ruby. Yeah, I'm not super worried about him not dropping a ruby. I mean, I could put a ruby embedded into his tail or something. It's not a bad point that he does drop it after dying, and so I could have that hinted at somewhere in his design. Like he's a mecha scorpion. It's not really what I'm trying to imply, but it's a funny idea regardless. So like, I could just embed a ruby in his head. I don't really like that so much. Maybe in the tail. That's what you did on what ink? Put it in his tail? When you did, what? Did you make a minifig of him? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that looks good. What a mean looking scorpion, dude. Okay, so. All right. Alright, I've opened up the Goatman files. I'm gonna make Garbad. I might either just change his head, like I have with Funny Bones. I could do something with the rest of his body, but he's not really as noteworthy as the Potato King. He doesn't come with any special equipment, and he will usually come armored. I think he has steel armor on when you find him usually, and so if I modified more than just his head, it probably wouldn't be visible most of the time. And so my best bet is to probably try to do something to his head. I could maybe give him earrings. I could give him a scarred eye or one blind eye, a broken horn, something like that. So I'll think about that while I mean, I could give him a nose ring. That could be cool. But I'll have to think about that while I take a quick breaksy doodle, which is take a break in my native tongue. So I will see. Well, I mean, a beer belly would be cool, but if he's wearing steel armor, you will literally never see it. You'll kill him, his body just will disappear, and then you'll take his armor. Or you'll more likely just leave his armor on the ground. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what I can do to make him really stand out. That's all right. I'll think about it. Alright, homies, thank you for your patience. I am back. I see we're a little light on viewers right now, but that's okay. I'm not... Like I said, we're having a chill stream today. And I looked at the clock, man, I've been streaming for some time now. I'm almost on 3 hours. I'm curious, just trying to be a little self-aware. What about this made this a chiller stream for me? Well, the different NPC art isn't really something that we have to do. It's something that I've been wanting to do for some time that I think is going to make the game better. Not only because it's fun to see more art, but because, you know, it gives a signal to the player that the gameplay is going to be different, and that is important. But I don't know. There's no programmer waiting for this feature. There isn't really a... this is sort of the preceding process to implementation, where where I don't have to worry about making it perfect yet because it's not in game. I'm not tuning the placement of the model, and so I'm just kind of like having fun making something that looks cool, and I can just casually move from one thing to the next, and feels good, man. Okay, so Buddha mode. I don't know if those of you watching, I don't know if you knew that Buddha mode is real in this game. Buddha mode allows you to take damage, but you get down to just 1 HP. And so if you want to do some testing of mechanics and stuff to see how much damage you take when, you know, stuff happens, God mode is bad for that because you don't take any damage. But Buddha mode will make sure you don't die, but you can still take hits. Good old Buddha mode. All right, so we're gonna summon. Oh, okay. There's Garbad, right? Where's Garbad? I mean, Garbad's got to be in here somewhere. Because it spawned a group, right? All right. Let's start killing goatmen. Who is that? Who got killed? Why are they killing each other? Why are they killing each other? Oh gosh. Okay, I'm pretty sure Garbad was in there somewhere. But, I mean, I couldn't find him. Let's try that again. It was so fun the first time. I'm just trying to get a sense of what his starting equipment is so I can use that to inform my decisions about what he... Okay, so one of these has to be Garbad, right? Because it summoned 3 instead of 1. What if I... Okay, What's up, Hope? Yeah, it's... The HUD's way better. We got a ton of videos up. You should catch up, man. For how the build looks currently. Okay, that's just Goatman. That's just Goatman. That leaves you. Okay, these are all just Goatman. So none of them are Garbad. I don't know why sometimes it summons 3. Maybe it's, if it spawns a wizard, it'll automatically spawn a bodyguard, and they'll squat around together. That's probably what's happening. Because I remember I recommended to Wall, when we were talking about the Goatmen and what they should have, I did propose that there should be some wizard goats that are wielding, like, staffs of slow and cold. And that's not really that useful by themselves, and so he may have taken the initiative to go ahead and always summon the wizards with bodyguards, which is a smart move. But it also means that I'm getting false positives about Garbad. Oh, look, it's Garbad. Okay, okay, so this Garbad just spawned with an axe and a torso. Sorry, an axe and boots and leather armor. So... I'm curious what his special stats are. And yet the bodyguards just wander off? I don't know that they do. I mean, they did when when one of the goats was sleeping, they wandered off. But when they woke up, maybe they would not continue wandering. Anything special for Conjurer Skeleton? Not right now. Conjurer Skeleton is already exceptionally special. Or are you talking about the visuals, Elpo? Like something different about the way it looks because of the... Wizards usually all alone? I don't know, not in my experience. But I'll spawn another group and see how they behave. Okay, so reliably, the only exposed parts of the Goatman are the head and the arms. I could do something special with his arms, but it's the kind of thing that probably would not go noticed. So I think doing like a nose ring might be my best bet. And a broken horn maybe, and an ear ring. You know, I could make his whole body like a little bit of a different color of fur, because that would be easy to do. Calm down. Look, he's friendly again. Why not make him albino? Well, it's funny you say that because the Year of the Ox replaces all the goatmen with oxen, which are like, they look like albino goatmen with longer horns and nose rings. So I really could just steal the art for the ox and just call it Garbad. He is tougher than your average goat man. Oh, look, another Garbad. Yeah, and he doesn't have anything special. He's just a tougher than average goat man. I could load up my Gen X Gamer. Yo, dog. Gen X. Hey, Oli boy here. Oh, okay. What's up, Brain? Good to see you, man. I was just doing some in-game testing to see what one of the NPC characters spawns with normally. And it looks like his head and arms are exposed. And so I am actually quite tempted to just use my Year of the Ox skin for Garbad. Let me see if I can find that. So we'll find Lunar New Year, Goatman Ox. Okay, so this is what... Because, you know, I had to make basically a whole playable race that was the oxen. I don't want to talk about it. Gen X Gamer 808. Hold on a sec. I gotta change. There we go. So this is what the Oxman's model looks like, and so I could just like steal all the body parts and then make the head a little bit more back to the normal goatee look. And just be like, yeah, this is Garbad, I promise. These giant arms, these are for the first person arms if you're playing the oxen. Question, very important. It's easier to eat rocks as an automaton. Because you can't just click to eat like gems, you need to hold down and then eat and then choose to eat. Okay. So are you saying so gems and rocks behave differently than each other? Yeah, they're the same mechanic right now, I thought. Yes, for the automaton. Instead of hold gem to throw it. Are you I mean, you said question, but it sounds like you're proposing something. For rocks, you automatically eat instead? Yeah, it's hard for me to tell if you're proposing something or asking something. Oh, I don't know if you can. I feel like when I play the automaton, generally I'm not eating rocks. Because I just find other stuff to eat. You know, if that changed. We did, as far as I know, we did not change that. Alright, so what am I doing? I'm trying to go find my Switch update. And we're going back to the goat man. And we're doing a new layer and we're pasting. Okay. Yeah. This is not something we have changed. No. I didn't know that there was a discrepancy in that in gems you just right click versus you do more than you have to do more than right click. I was not aware of that discrepancy. I guess mostly just because I don't throw gems the same way I throw rocks, and so maybe it's the way it's set up now is it behaves how I hoped, how I normally hope it would. Okay, so this goat man doesn't need a longer tail. Let me see about copying the goatee horns and the goatee ears. You know, in a game that has as many features as Barony, there's like, I gotta say, I can never anticipate the things that people want. Because there's so many dang different systems that it's like, I honestly just never know what people are going to be asking for. Because the game has so much stuff in it. And I know for a lot of players, it's like, it's the one thing that they're concerned about. It's the only change that they've ever thought about, really. And so it may seem perfectly intuitive to you, but to me, I'm just like so lost. And I'm not trying to come down on anybody. Like, we all live inside our own heads, you know? So like, this isn't a criticism, it's just like an observation. Okay, these need to align with his eyeballs. So we're gonna drop that down by one. Boom. And then I need to color his ears. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna cheat. I think I'm gonna totally cheat. I'm gonna make Garbad just steal the skin of the ox. But be a goat this time. Because I did such a good job already. Why bother redoing the same work twice? You know? Okay, and we need... Do we have any darker shading? Like, there we go. That's darker shading right here and right here. Perfect. We need to shade that bit down his head. Automaton mains just think one thing, rocks. Obviously everyone wants to use tuna flavored ice cream as a weapon, duh. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned on yesterday's stream that, you know, I've a player that I like. He's a cool guy, but he was asking me if you could craft stuff with, have we updated tinkering yet so you can craft more certain kinds of weapons and armor? And it's like, no, tinkering is not for crafting weapons and armor. It's for building little machines. That's the whole point. And the fact that it can repair things at very high skill just gives it additional utility. That's sort of like a side benefit of the skill. But for this player, it's like, it's the thing he's been thinking about. As he loves playing the Mechanist, and so it's like, this is the thing he's been thinking about for ever since we've released the Mechanist, is like, what more could we add to the Mechanist class and make him do cooler stuff? And it's like, no. Basically, the rest of the Barony community isn't just like hungry and waiting for this feature, and I apologize that no one can take it for granted that we have built that feature. C'est la vie. Okay, so we gave Garbad. Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm totally satisfied with just calling this Garbad. He'll be much more recognizable. I think I'll give him a right earring and his left horn broken. Just because asymmetry is fun. Don't tell Final Fantasy I told you that. I mean, no one's ever going to notice that his horn is broken, but I'm okay with that. One broken horn. We're gonna have one gold earring. I'm falling asleep because I'm eating so much food! So sorry, I can't stick around anymore. Have a nice day. Well, you too, Ink. Thanks for tuning in. And I hope that it was good, nutritious food that will lead to a happy and healthy life. I will, as the kids say, catch you on the flip side. Alright. We've got one left earring for Garbat. Your repair is very useful. Managed to get from 0 to 100 shield just repairing the shield. That's funny. I'm gonna make this stick out a little further here because I think it looks weird. There, I think that's better. Alright, Goatman, prepare to be replaced. Also likes to play Mechanist. I think class is already fine. Maybe if you want to add some, make it shoot the mines with the crossbow. That's a fun idea. Although, like, if the mines... Like, the mines would have to have a larger area of effect, I think, for that to be useful. Because right now, they're just... The AoE is so small that it's only really useful if the monster's already right on top of it. Mines are just to kill the bosses or minutes. Alright. Maybe for you. I use the mines quite a lot. Honestly, my favorite strategy with a high supply mechanist is to make a kill room, usually in the starting room, with all the turrets just facing inward. And then I put a teleport receiver in the middle of the room, and then I run around the dungeon just throwing teleport traps at monsters, and then they all appear in the center of my kill room, and my kill room just annihilates them instantly. And then I don't even know what happened in there. I don't care. They're in the kill room. They'll be fine. And then I just run along and throw the next teleport trap at the next monster I see. It's really fun to do. You know, when you decide to teleport a cockatrice in there, that's when it can get a little bit hairy. You kind of got to run back to your room and repair it after you've done that. But it's better than getting killed by the cockatrice. Does the editing tool have the ability to change the background color, or would a slate gray fantasy golem be your nemesis? Honestly, no. I don't know a way to change the background color, and that has been a problem, especially when I'm working on iron weapons, because the iron gray palette goes right through that background color, and so I have to turn on the outline, just to be able to see what I'm doing. So that's a good question, Brain. Or Gen X Gamer 808. I'm sorry. I'm amused by your name. I like it. I'm eating garlic stuffed olives, by the way. I like them. Well, I need one more Garbad torso. Okay, the process I'm going to go through right now is not exciting. Everything right now is on one layer, and I need to chop it into separate layers so that I can export them individually. I might as well get rid of this normal goat man because he's irrelevant to our interests now. Actually, I should probably get that beard back. I need to get that beard back because the beard is very Billy Goat. It needs to be here. So let's bring that back. And it is 3 voxels for the nose, and then 1 space, and then the beard. So this is where it should go, I believe. Okay, obviously we have to alter the color. Alright, there we have it. We have a bearded albino goat that people thought was an ox, and it isn't. They lied to you. This is their fault. Automaton Healer is a great combo, even better when there is lava, farm magic, casting, and swim at the same time. Oh gosh. Sometimes when I read the Discord, I realize that, like, there's a certain player personality that's just so... It really speaks to them to exploit and grind. It's like their favorite thing in the world. Again, I'm not trying to hate on anybody. It always amazes me. Because doing grinding exploits is the last thing on the list of things that I want to do. In fact, if I know that the game has them, I will deliberately avoid them because I know it's removing from the intended fun of the game. But that's what you get when you're a game designer, I guess. It's just like, I can see how this degenerate strategy is reducing the overall complexity and enjoyment of the game, so I'm not going to use it, even if it would be to my advantage. But that's not the player's job. The player's job isn't to decide what the game is supposed to be like. The player's job is to use the rules to try and win. That's the player's job. And, if somebody wants to be a fancy pants player and decide that their job is to, play the game with their own rules and restriction to make it more fun for themselves, that's great. Like, I relate to you. But when it comes to game design, that's not... Whether or not the game is balanced properly is not your problem. Your problem is that you're supposed to, win the game. And so whenever anybody's like over the moon about some exploit strat, I'm just like... It's so foreign to me. But I don't blame you, not in the least. It's only nature running its course. Cheese is part of who we are. Automaton gain mana and lava and don't burn it. What do you expect? Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is that I have no reason to expect that you wouldn't want to do that. Of course you would want to do that. It's the correct thing to do objectively. I feel like I got this wrong. We're gonna make this arm right. And make this arm left, even though it's on the opposite side. Arm right bent. Arm left bent. Okay, so we have all of our garbad parts. We get rid of the goat man. And then we're gonna export garbad. We should do a playthrough sometime soon. I'm working on my content creation setup at the moment. I've literally never played. I'll be like one of those old school VMC testers, and you'll have to explain to me what mouse click means. You know, ideally, our tutorials will be polished enough by that point that, that you can just do them. I know that's asking a lot. I guess all I'm saying is I would rather our game speak for itself. But that may not be the case. Goatman, new folder, named Goatman. Select. But it would be great to play with you. I really like playing this game. And my dad and my brother both love playing this game with me. Garbad Torso. Export. And we may never see all this stuff, as I mentioned to Ink before, that we may never see these albino body parts, but who cares? It was just as easy to steal them from the Year of the Ox event character and turn it into a goat man. Why the heck not? Why not do it all? Work smarter, not harder. Alright, and now Garbad's done. I think that was all in terms of the monsters that have named NPCs but no skins. Now, of course, humans have like Conan the Barbarian and Red Riding Hood, and they don't have special skins, but they all have special costumes, and that's how you're supposed to tell them apart. I could give them each a special face or something, which would be very cool. But I don't think it's worth it, frankly speaking. Alright, we did our 2 shadows. We don't have a unique slime. I would like to have a unique slime one of these days, but I actually wouldn't want to give it special art. I would want it to color cycle using a game code to cycle its color palette, so that it's like a chromatic slime that's always changing colors. Would the monsters race have different skins like humans too? That's not something we're doing, El Pope. I mean, it'd be cool to one day do something like that, but there is a lot of stuff we are doing that isn't that. I offer you a challenge. You should guess if we're doing something, and I will bet you that the answer every time is going to be no. Unless it's something we've announced, we're probably not doing it. There is a world, a million possibilities of things we could do and are not doing, and yet a much more finite group of possibilities of things that we are doing. I'm not trying to make fun of you. Not too much, El Pope Moscow. It's just like, there's no way for you to just guess if we're doing some feature. There's 3 of us. I promise you, there's not enough of us to do every feature you might want. It's only the things that we've announced that we're doing, really. And if you had, El Pope Moscow, have you, did you follow our Kickstarter? Just make a game with GTA's feature set. Easy. Can you do yoga? You can do yoga in GTA 5. Yoga is sick and dope. It should be in every game. Just got the game when it was free on Epic Games. Okay, that's cool. Here, I can give you a massive rundown of everything we're doing. It's on this Kickstarter. All the years. Well, thank you. It's great to have you here, and we appreciate you. I don't take you for granted, and thank you for supporting us by buying the DLC. I linked the Kickstarter in chat. The Kickstarter's long over. It was on during the Epic Games giveaway. And if you go through the Kickstarter, you can see the things that we've promised. And then if you click on the tab that says updates, you can see all the work that we've been doing these last 2 years. 2 years is a long time since we did the Kickstarter. It's almost too long. You didn't pay much attention to it. Well, if you're really curious what we're putting in, you might get more bang for your buck reading through this rather than guessing at things that we might add and might not add. Thing I'm waiting for most is split screen. Honestly, dude, I would love to just like play split screen right now so that I could show you how far along it is, because it's in great shape. The only downside is I don't have somebody else here to play it with me, and so it would be kind of lackluster representation of split screen. But I could do it. I could do it. Maybe I will. Considering that we just finished Garbad, and I don't think I have any more models to make, because we don't have unique automatons, kobolds, cockatrices, crystal golems, of course no unique dummy bots, no unique gnomes, no unique imps or incubi or insectoids or kobolds. And the rest of them I've done. I've completed their unique NPC. So maybe the most thrilling thing I can do with the rest of the stream is just do some playtesting. And I can start that off by streaming a little. But to recap, this is the unique demon model that I didn't actually finish the stream, but I did export him this stream. So he's got armor on, which makes him very special compared to other demons. He's a handsome lad. And then we've got the named shadows. So we've got Artemisia here with Quiver on her back. And Baratheon here. There's an armored shadow with a crown on. I could remote in a future date. Some nerd probably coded remote game. It's funny you say that. Yeah, we do have the potential for play remotely. It's just pretty laggy right now. It probably wouldn't be that great of an experience for either of us. 2 shadow models, male and female. Just saw the male one. Okay, cool. Yeah, the female turned out really good in my opinion. She looks great. Shaman Troll. Forgive his head being lifted up off the... Oh wait, I did a different torso from him earlier today, so he wouldn't be wearing a halter top anymore. But the shaman will now look different than a standard troll when the shaman is in troll form, so that's something. I did the scorpion, Scrablag, and then there's the unique succubus. I don't know if you saw that. So we got a lot of unique models. So I think now is as good a time as any to go ahead and just switch over to doing some playtesting. You decide if he's gonna have a staff and shoot low-level characters. I mean, right now it's not gonna behave any differently than Thumpus already behaves. These are just visual updates. And so, unless we decide to change the way they behave, then they will continue to behave as they currently do. So, thanks. Well, I was teasing mostly when I said lightning staff earlier, because I don't recall if it was you that said give them a pickaxe so that they act like a gnome. It's like, well, if you really want them to act like a gnome, I could give them a lightning staff. Yeah, dude, a troll with a lightning staff would be a terrifying thing. Okay, so real quick, I think I would like to upload the screenshots of those characters to the dev media. I'm just gonna open up my screenshots that I took, and we got, oh yeah, we did Bram as well. We gave him a unique hairstyle and mustache, which I'm just over the moon over. Look at that hairstyle. That's our unique vampire. And then, of course, our unique scorpion. there we go. How is the HUD for Command Allies? Oh, it's still a wheel, but I've upgraded it. In fact, I can show that to you shortly here. It looks a lot better. It went through a major visual overhaul just like yesterday, is what I did on stream yesterday. Okay, so I can start a split screen game by controlling one character with the gamepad and one with the mouse and keyboard. They both randomed. So I could do Mesmer so we can show off the command wheel. Let's do Mesmer and Tinkerer, actually. I have an idea. We'll do Tinkerer and Conjurer. And our races will be Skeleton and Skeleton. That way we can take our time, because they don't eat. And this one will be Sleeves, and that one will be Siesta. All right, these are great names. Hey, I'm gonna bounce so that my first playthrough is truly first time eyes on the experience. Catch you later. All right, well, thanks, Gen X. Thanks for showing up. It was good to see you. And that's a great idea to have it be totally blind. Aloha ahui ho. Okay. So right now we have this default split screen setup where it's offset. Okay, and that can be turned off with a command. It's something that we'll probably put in our settings menus. So you can see right now that it functions. We can do vertical or horizontal split screen. Like so. And you can see that the inventory, it still functions. I can read my spell book. I can interact with my my hotbar, although it looks like we've got some layering issues here. I should be taking notes. So we have hotbar that's overlapped by status and vertical split. Needs maybe status panel retracts while assigning hotkeys. Okay. You can see your spell menu here. Just slides in from the side there. We've got our skills menu. You can take a look at each of your skills here and all the details they offer, even in split screen. And then on mouse and keyboard, this player can have, you know, their hotkeys arranged this way, although you can see that they're kind of cramped in there, which isn't ideal. I think in a normal split screen scenario, you wouldn't have the 10 key layout like that. Yeah, some of these things for split screen are not quite tuned yet to size properly. So I would take a note. Log and map should dismiss inventory / status and split screen. so that it can take up the correct amount of space. All right. So, first off, let's take a look at the follower wheel. As you can see, it just pops up, and it's got each of the commands is on sort of a banner, and that banner has icons on it that indicate, you know, what you can do. If you highlight over it, it'll tell you, you know, what command that is. But over time, you'll just learn what the icons mean, and you won't really have to refer to the text anymore. Yeah, I think it looks great. I can tell him to move over here, just like normal. I can tell him to go to sleep, but he's fully rested, so he won't. I can tell him to go pick up that dang torch. Go get it, Skeletron. Do they still need to get final blow? Yes, that hasn't changed. Yes, that has not changed. What can I build? So I can deploy still suck in multiplayer. Okay. Well, tell your friends to be less greedy. Yeah, if you play with another patient player, then it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, it'd be great if it didn't, but I mean, that's, you're playing a, you know, you're playing a class that's dependent on waiting for your minion to do things, and then you're teaming up with somebody else. I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of what's going to happen. So this is the tinkering version of the menu. And I can scrap. What is it? Get scrap. Or is it give me scrap? Give me give me scrap, I think is. Okay. So I can So you can see all the tinkering and leadership menus are different because they use different skills. So for this one you use your leadership skill, and for the other one you use your tinkering skill. And so those are unique. So yeah, I think it worked out pretty awesome. And then if, like, this character dies, I can keep on playing. And then they'll receive their gravestone. So that's the new death screen. And so it looks way more exciting. Oh, did I get a crash? That's really funny. Oh, I did not get a crash. All right. So now they're back to life.
Well, good luck, human.
You can do the last command by pressing a key. Yes, you can still do that. That has not changed. In fact, something that was recently added is that now if you hold down the defend key while issuing a command, it will be given to all of your followers at once. And so you don't have to issue the command for, if you want to issue this, reissue the same command, you don't have to keep selecting next reissue, next reissue, next reissue. You can just issue it once, which is very handy. And on the right screen, that's who I'm controlling right now because I can't control a mouse and keyboard and a gamepad at the same time, like most people can't. I'm using the gamepad, and so the dexterity you see me playing with is sort of, as you can see, I'm able to play competently with a gamepad because the controls have been very well refined for that purpose. That was too many skeletons to take on by myself, so I'm gonna drink my potion and have another. There we go. Alright, go get him, Skeliotron. Oh, you might need some help. Okay, and let me show you also, we can go into turn off vertical split. So now it's horizontal. And honestly, I like both vertical and horizontal split. They both have their drawbacks. Health bar for followers is one of like 2 features that are not done that the previous game has. So, and to sort of emphasize what I was saying before about like what we used to have and what we have now. Nice, he killed him. A lot of our work has been trying to get the game, all of the game's features transferred to the new UX, so that the UI style and how easy it is to navigate, and how easy things are to, how easy commands are to issue and stuff like that. Like, we've been just trying to recreate what was already in the game, but with a much better user interface and UX, so that the game is just less tedious to play because of how the menus and stuff required you to engage with it. And so we are almost done bringing the game back up to having all the features it always had, but with a new, better UI. That's what this whole update has been about. Plus split screen, plus coming to the Nintendo Switch. And so, yeah, follower HP bars will be in. They are one of the next most hotly prioritized features that we're going to be working on soon. If it's not already being worked on by Wall of Justice. And then, and only then, will we be able to worry about adding new features to the game beyond that, or changing certain behaviors so that they're more robust or whatever. And because I'm not a programmer, most of the stuff I've been working on has been stuff that are either very, very low programming overhead or no programming overhead. So, like, when I make a bunch of models so that when you run into Funny Bones, he looks different, that doesn't come with any new features required other than, the code just needs to pick the right model for the character when it spawns. So, just because I've updated the look of a character doesn't mean we're changing the behavior of that character. I'm just trying to make the game better in the ways that I can, just with art and design. And so, like, another example is like level design. I can do a load of like a boatload of level design without any programmer help at all. And so the levels don't behave differently. There are no new features in terms of what our level editor can do, but I've added another about 200 rooms to the mines. And so there's a lot more variety in the random level generation because of work I've been doing, even though I haven't added any new features to our level generation or our level editor. So, and I know it might be like, if you're not super familiar with game development, the distinction may be unclear. Like, what's the difference between... Oh, look, my character's invisible. Oh, yeah, because I drank a fountain. Like, what's the difference between, adding new random levels and changing the behavior of the level generator? Like, both of them make the levels different for me. And that's true. But one of them requires programming, and the other one doesn't. And I am not a programmer. So, we got Chavez on crack and In Heat for Disco Heat. Showing up for the first time. Welcome to the stream. So this is actually on my PC. This is in a developer test build, and I'm showing off in part for El Pope Moscow here the state of the current split screen behavior. So I'm just one person, so I can't control both characters simultaneously. but the top character is controlled with mouse and keyboard, and the bottom character is controlled with gamepad right now. Yeah. Okay. So you are kind of China number one. I'm glad you like the game. I have no idea what China number one is, and I'm probably not that. Unless it means something totally different than, you know, the implication. Because, oh, multitask lord? That's really funny. Just grow 2 more hands, bruh! I know, right? So, like, one example of the new levels I added to the game is that, like, often the game might spawn a hallway, and you just walk down it, and then there's a door at the end. But I've created 5 variants of this hallway, and one of them includes... sorry, we're gonna watch my minion fail to this troll horribly. But now when this hallway spawns, sometimes it will have an exit that goes off to the right. Or sometimes it will have an exit that goes off to the left. Or sometimes there will just be open paths going all the way through the hallway. Or sometimes, you know, there might be a gate in the middle or something. So, so those are the kinds of, like, as something as simple as a hallway now can, the variety has been improved. So, like, for example, this is the exact same hallway we just saw, but instead it's spawned with a pit and a bridge in the middle. And so now, like, if you are an archer or a spellcaster, you might come through this hallway and be like, ah, I can shoot that guy, and he'll have to walk a long way to come get to me. Whereas previously, this hallway would have just been another boring hallway with nothing unique about it. So that kind of summarizes the spirit of a lot of the level design work I've added that will be present in our update when it ships. Oh, there will be dead ends. You know, adding more levels doesn't eliminate the fact that there will be dead ends. That's just the nature of the dungeon level generation, is that, yeah, sometimes a room doesn't have an exit at the end of it, and you just got to go out the entrance. But the rooms are pretty small, and so. Okay, now the Minotaur showed up, which is fine, not a big deal. We'll just drink out of a fountain, and oh, what's this way? We'll just close this. We're fine. Just kidding. Okay. So that has been my quick overview of the of split screen to show you the state that it's in. It's very near completion. There's a few things, like, as you can see, actually my head's in the way, so let's let me, if I change my layout here, you can see that on the bottom right of each screen we have 2 maps, and the maps have exactly the same information on them. And so, you know, it's intended that we will have that be a shared map that is in between both of the split screens. But that's just not done yet. You know, we got work to do. Can't wait. Well, it is fun. It's a lot of fun to play in split screen. It's really cool. It's sort of like the opposite of the GoldenEye problem, in that you kind of want your buddy to be able to see what you see, because, you know, then they can make other kinds of decisions. Hold on. They might be able to see that you're in trouble and come and help you before you even ask. And that's something that we can do now, because you can, like, if you're playing in split screen, because you can see your buddy and what he's doing. I know oftentimes when I'm, like, playing with my brother, I'll turn to, like, drink out of a fountain and make a potion or something, and he'll keep going. And I won't realize that he's wandered off without me. But in split screen, I'd be able to see, oh, he's heading up. Maybe I should, all right, I can do this later, and then catch up with him. And so I think playing in split screen will really just make it a better co-op experience all around. It can just be more collaborative, and I personally really enjoy it. Sounds great. Better communication, better show where to go. Yeah, that's right. So, let's change our game settings. Leave everything default. That's great. Instead of having just a chat, you can see other screen to find the place they're saying you want to go. That's right. All right. So, what are we going to play today? Automaton Rogue. Succubus Hunter. Goblin Brewer. That's tempting. Let's do it. Let's do a Goblin Brewer. You can't stop me. Alright. Brewer has had a small change. They start with a few more potions. Because they just didn't have that much supply before. I'm gonna brew this is the new alchemy menu. I'm gonna brew a single blindness potion to give me this strength potion. And as you can see now, potions have little icons on them to show you, hey, that's what that potion will do, because potions often have the same color, which can be a hassle. Let's also brew a potion of cold and a potion of storm. Yeah, much easier, right? Way better. Oh, let's get the game music back on. There we go. Beautiful. Let's put empty potions over there. Actually, that's what we want. This is what mouse and keyboard users will see instead of that the face hotbar thing. And when you make a potion, does it still appear as unknown, or do you actually learn it? No, you actually learn it. So check this out. If I go to recipes, boom. So if I filled those in, then the correct potion would display. And I'll show you that when I get some more potion supplies. Oh my gosh. We got baddies. I'm weaseling around so I don't have to face them all at once. Okay. I kind of actually want to bring another skeleton into this mix so that I can throw an explosion potion at all of them at once. But why don't I just... Oh, there we go. We have a third skeleton. Alright. I just got to get them to cluster together so I can kill them all with the same potion. That's what I want. Just tease them. Just tease them to come together. It's fine. Oh, there's a rat over there? Aw. The other skeleton wandered away. Alright, that's alright. Look at that. Boom roasted. I think the Brewer is a great class. I think it takes a little bit to understand how to play them. But it's a great class. We got a bunch of spiders in there. Now, I've changed these spider rooms. It's actually quite a bit rarer that these spider rooms will spawn. Because there are now 5 different variants of that cage that will spawn something else instead. Okay, we got a locked door. No need to have a page open with all the recipes. Yeah, I mean, it might help still, because the first time you've brewed a potion, you still don't know what it's gonna be. So, you know, that might be something that we want to iterate on. We do have recipes that you learn at certain skill levels now, which is new. Okay, I'm a goblin, so that guy's gonna want to kill me. That's alright, I have a shield. Poison resist, I'll take it. Worn Iron Spear. Actually, I will use that right now, because as a goblin, I'm just happy to raise my strength or my melee skill. Alright. Oh, dang it, I shouldn't have drank that. Ah, I need I need water as a brewer. There's probably another sink down here somewhere. I forgot briefly that I'm a brewer. Alright, I got some acid, that's good. What's not good is that those slimes are gonna murder me. And I don't really have a... I mean, I could hit them with slime or something. Let's put on this armor and this helmet, and then I'll stand a better chance against these slimes. Ooh, the slimes are running away! Okay, as long as this shield doesn't break, I'm okay. I need my shield out. Alright, perfect. And I'm out of bottles. Well, let me show you a new feature in Alchemy. So, like I said, the big point of this update was to improve the usability of the game. And so one of the things that you can do now is called decanting, where you take two potions that are in different bottles, different bottle types, and then you can combine them into a single bottle type. So I can now try to replicate my strength potion, which worked. I'm gonna go ahead and try to replicate one of my firestorm potions, which worked. Oh, that one didn't work. That one didn't work again, darn it. All right, one more. All right, great. So we spent a lot of water, but I ended up getting one more firestorm potion out of the deal, and one glass, or one flask that I can work with. So I'll try to do one last replication on... Let's try to do my ice storm potion. Hey, and I got it. Perfect. So now I have a little bit more weaponry to work with. I forgot to ask how the mana looks like Insectoid and Automaton. Right now, all the character manas look the same, but they will be... when we ship, we will have them all to, again, like I said before, have parity with the feature that we used to have. So it's important to us not to lose features as we create this update. That doesn't mean we're gaining a lot of features, but it does mean that the game should just be objectively better. Worn Helm, this one's decrepit, and it's cursed. Constitution, we can get rid of Adornment. Bottle book. I did update the bottle book, so it's a little more useful now. We have fast brew. Have fun on a friend. You put medicine in beer to make him run too fast into lava. Oops. So now you know how to make the speed spell by putting what, cure ailment into in with booze, and that will give you a speed potion. So previously the recipes were pretty vague, and I tried to update them so that they weren't so cryptic. But you still had to kind of like use your brain to... Oh, you think you can take me? Well, you're right. That guy almost schooled me, dude. He almost had me. I have one hit, like literal one hit point left. It's terrifying. Poison resistance. My journal, bottle book. Serviceable. Let's put this over here, put this here. Now you can see my attack with the axe and the spear are the same. I wonder why that is. 11 to 18. 12 to 16. Oh, okay. So the spear has a lower minimum, but a lower maximum. Oh, and my strength potion is running out. I should have been killing guys, but I was too scared because my hit points were low. Well, you are a goblin. Yeah, I mean, I can use whichever one I want to, which is awesome. Flaw drink. Also, you can see these tooltips on the ground, so you can see some facts about the item before you pick it up, which is nice. Oh, there's a troll in there. That's not good. So as you can see, this troll trap doesn't have spikes on the floor anymore. I mean, it was way too cheesable, and I wanted to reduce the amount of cheese in the game with the level design. So we're just gonna throw this gem at the troll. Haha! And like, I don't know. Alright, maybe now we can take a troll. Teleportation, locking, force bolt. Ooh, let's do that. That'll be fun. Got him. Alright. That just cost me a potion of cold and a, Oh, hey, I got a... Oh. Goodness sakes. I'm just tempting fate all day with this character. Blessed Water. It will add 5 hit points in restoration, plus 20 damage to undead. I have to decide if I'm going to drink this. I need the health, so I'm drinking it. Right. Feather first floor is right. Can I read the question above? All right. There is a way to select with one you want to dupe. As an incubus, succubus, it's a great feeling when you manage to dupe cursed water to curse your things. Yeah, so right now, the only way that you can duplicate cursed water is by attempting to use cursed water to duplicate another potion, I think, using a cursed alembic. Something like that. And so the higher your skill gets, the less likely it is that you will be duping extra cursed water. So that mechanic has not changed. Yeah, I mean that's what I just said. I understand that's an issue that the incubus and succubus face. It's also a huge advantage that all they have to do to bless something though is to drink cursed water. So it's sort of, you know, kind of evens out in the end. And at the end of the day, it's just a minus. You can't stack curses, and so once everything you're wearing is cursed, you can't really benefit it from it anymore. So you have to start doing things like cursing scrolls of enchant, and then it'll apply that curse. You know? Like, I do think it'd be cool to be able to have a more reliable way to generate cursed water. Because I think it is a cool mechanic that they can do that, but we don't have a new solution for that right now. And again, like, you know, every behavior that has to get added to the game is new programming, and we have to solve a new problem. So, like, just because something would be cooler or better doesn't mean it's automatically changing. Okay. Looks like I have one more prison cell to explore. Yeah, it does balance some things out. The incubus and succubus already start with a pretty good advantage in that in the mines they can pretty much equip any unidentified item without fear, because worst case scenario, it's not cursed. You almost never find blessed stuff in these early levels. Oh, here, I'm gonna decant. I've got brown bottle booze and red bottle booze, and I can turn it into all brown bottle booze, and that's what we want. Same as automaton. Am I out of torches? Looks like I'm out of torches. I was reading some people on the forums, and they're just like, why would you ever use a torch? And I use torches constantly, so... You know, if somebody doesn't think there's a point to using torches, I just say, like, more power to you. Don't use torches. But I use them. Definitely in the late game, the point of them is reduced. Yeah, go kill that troll. Try to kill the troll, I dare you. Wait, you're supposed. There we go. If only you weren't so stupid. Oh, hello, spider. My shield broke. Goodness sakes. I just don't think I can take on that troll with any measure of speed without spending another potion, so I'm not going to try. I use it a little when it's very dark, and when it's close to a break, I scrap it. Yeah, that's a good idea. This character's getting a little overburdened. Mining my soul. Let's show off the new inscription UI. So I can just, I have inscribe, okay. And now I've picked my scroll that I want to use, and now I get to pick which magic word I want to put on there. And so I will use summon. So now I can see from here on out what the summon word is. So that's a new behavior. Conjure arrow. Charging. Ooh, that's handy. Teleportation. Yeah, so now you don't have to write down what your okay, this is at 42%. I'm gonna use my charging on my feather. So you can see this UI is not updated yet. This is another thing we have to fix. But now my feather is 92%. So that's much better. Teleportation we don't need. Conjure arrow, might as well use that. You mean spring shot arrows. Summon and magic mapping. Let's go ahead and use the summon. No reason not to. They don't waste the same value anymore. Here's another room I added to the game. That's what it does. You can go over here and make boulders drop into a pit for fun. Is it the intention to behind the scroll of fire to just troll the player? Kinda. Yeah. Oh, is it still making that noise? I need to turn it off. Fire, boo! But of course now it helps automatons a lot, so it's not, you know, it's got a purpose now. Okay, now that is done. I think that's a bug. When the thing is done spawning boulders, it shouldn't keep making the spawning boulders sound. Automaton Mage is great. Yeah, fire scrolls are just so good for Automaton Mage. It's like, it's pretty overpowered. It's great. Take something in the game that is beyond useless before, and now suddenly it's a certain type of character's favorite item in the game. It's pretty rad, in my opinion. My character's going so slow. I don't even have a bow. But I can use this. Well, that took a ton of my health, but play with a shaman who can copy the scroll? Heck yeah, dude. I've got a cursed blank scroll, which I'll go ahead and use to find more recipes. Another fire. A cursed scroll of fire? Will that... will that make me so that I'm not on fire anymore? What is that? Garvin Day is destroy. Armor. The wiki says so. It's just burned, yeah. The wiki's wrong about all sorts of things, which is unfortunate. Dude, I got blessed booze out of the deal. Heck yeah. Heals me 10 points. That's really good, actually. It's just I risk puking. So if next time I'm hungry, I'm gonna drink that blessed booze. It's a fine vintage. I really appreciate everyone who's contributed to the wiki. I just wish that people wouldn't put things on there that I didn't know for sure. Because, wow, I got another enchanted feather. What the heck is going on? Just because misinformation is not good. People go on to the Discord sometimes and complain that something doesn't work the way the wiki says it does. And it's like, dude, the wiki's wrong. The game's not wrong, the wiki's wrong. Wow, I made a serious error in judgment. The curse just read the scroll. Alright, well, I'm glad I got to do a little play testing today, but I think it's a good time to call it. I showed off quite a few fun features, and I had fun doing a little brewing. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who tuned in. If there's anybody viewing right now who wants to stream Barony, maybe I could do a raid. I've never raided before, so I'd have to figure out how to do it. Accept a challenge? If you're gonna dare me to put something into the game, I'm not doing it. Beat the game as an accursed automaton? That's a fun idea. I have not done that. I would like to. Yeah, let's see if anybody is streaming Barony right now. Yeah, I'll have to try the accursed automaton. Your heat level goes down so fast. Well, the good news is that it's pretty easy to get your heat level back up. You can drink blood, right? Oh wait, I just found my own stream. I feel like a dummy. You can't drink blood as an accursed automaton? I thought all accursed could drink blood. That shows how much I've tested it, you know. Okay, well, I've been telling myself, hey, I should stop just shutting off my streams and I should start raiding. But nobody is playing Barony. So who the heck am I supposed to raid? I mean, I could like, I mean, Iviori is somebody who I would raid because they have world records in Barony, so I would love to raid them, but no such luck. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was good hanging out with you, El Pope. I hope you stop by again. And I guess I won't be raiding anyone today. Because I don't see anyone streaming Barony, and none of my personal friends are streaming, so I guess I got nobody to raid. And I'm not going to raid so you guys can watch, like, Apex Legends or something. That's not really my style. I'm not trying to contribute to the Apex Legends popularity, so I guess that's it. Thanks for the stream. Love y'all, and be good to others. Just do it. Just be good to people. And while you're at it, might as well be good to yourself. Happy Friday. Have a fantastic freaking weekend. Cheers. Bye.